We're doing the. Who's doing the?
Planning here, right? Might still be in classes or whatever.
I'm a regression.
Someone want to text her?
Tonight, I write it home.
Yeah, you better not.
Now that I said it, right?
I think went up there. She did something. I thought I saw her.
I mean, we don't.
All right.
It could be. Though Patty went up there. So maybe.
Okay, I would like to call to order the policy subcommittee meeting for December 12th, 2024. Roll call, please.
Member Dugan,
Present.
Member Reed, absent. Member Sadowite,
Present.
All right, on tonight's agenda, we have a proposed admissions policy for the STEAM Academy, and Dr. Shannon Gardner is going to lead us through that. So, Dr. Gardner, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Okay, so I believe everyone has a copy of the admissions policy. Okay. So the admissions policy is needed simply because there's limited seats. So this is similar to Frederick Douglass, where we have limited seats, and this school, if you look at down to section 1, the first part is just an introduction. If you look down at section 1, it states that when the school receives more enrollment applications than it has available seats, the district applies a randomized lottery to determine which students it will admit. And students will be placed on a randomized wait list and contacted as seats become available. The next section is very similar to tech, which basically is all about equal educational opportunity. Again, similar to tech, we have a section there about providing educational opportunity to students experiencing homelessness. And we give the information of how to contact the liaison. We say students with disabilities may voluntarily identify themselves to the school to request reasonable accommodation during the application and admissions process. Neither a student's disability nor the primary language of the home will have any effect on their admission. And then within here, we state what we will do to inform potential applicants about the Lynn's new public school, that we will broadcast information to 5th and 8th grade students, provide information sessions to students and their families, publish a calendar of recruitment and admission, and offer an open house program for all potential applicants and their families at the school or another location depending on facility readiness. Eligibility is any rising LPS grade 6 and rising grade 9 student may apply for admission to STEAM Academy. And the only caveat is they have to have been promoted to the grade they are seeking to enter. So their admission is conditional just based on whether they're promoted to the next grade level. Private school or homeschooled students can apply, but if they are interested in doing this, they must initiate the enrollment process at the Welcome Center prior to completing the enrollment application form. Initiating the enrollment process at the Welcome Center does not indicate a commitment to attend Lynn Public Schools. If students are selected in the lottery for admission to the school and accept their admission, the enrollment process will be affirmatively completed. And then just stating that we do not participate in school choice. Stating the location at 33 North Common Street. Contact information We explain it is the responsibility of the superintendent of Lynn Public Schools to supervise the administration of policies and procedures used to admit and enroll students. And then admissions communication policies. This basically outlines what we stated before, that we will maintain a calendar of events on the LPS website where it provides information on the admissions process as well as any other information about its programming. And that we'll share recruitment information with potential applicants in the following ways: send informational materials home to all potential applicants via LPS communication broadcasts, again, sessions in person and virtually, and share a timeline of preparation for the September 2025 opening and tentative open house date in August. And then we say that students interested must complete the enrollment application on the Lynn Public Schools website. The forms will place the student in the enrollment pool. Should the number of students who indicate the intent to enroll exceed the number of seats, a randomized lottery will tentatively take place during the week prior to February vacation, and accepted students will be notified accordingly. And in regard to late applications, completed applications received after the closing date will be added to a secondary waitlist. Late applicants will be accepted only after the initial waitlist is exhausted. LPS will place the names on the wait list until the second week of August, at which time the secondary wait list will be randomized. And if there are open seats available, a second lottery will tentatively take place during the third week of August.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Gardner. Are there any questions from the committee? Member Gately.
I'm looking at the introduction here in the beginning of this. It says Lynn Public Schools City Arts and Science Academy, CASA. Is that a typo? Shouldn't it be Fecto Larry?
It should say at Fecto Larry. Currently, this is not the name yet of the school.
Okay.
So currently, the name of the school is STEAM Academy at Fecto Larry,
Yes.
which we're asking for a change tonight. So whichever name we end up with the school will replace that name in this policy.
Thank you.
Member Castellanos.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner. What other policies were examined? I know you're proposing the admission policy for the STEAM Academy, but what other policies are we evaluating? And we're gonna probably have more policies that we're gonna probably need to work on with the policy subcommittee, but could you kind of go through, because why did we start at the admissions policy? Because I feel like this is some discrepancies within this project. I just want to know why we're already jumping to admissions right off the bat. Sorry if that's so why are we working on admissions now? And why, or what other policies are we re-examining to bring forward? Will there be other policies?
I can respond to
Or
that.
compliance-wise, I don't know, is Charlie Gallo going to be
Member
part of the
Castellanos.
process?
Yes, of course. So Mr. Gallo is part of all of the process for
Okay.
our policies. But we have to have an admissions policy now in the inception so that we're very clear and have parameters and process for parents and students to understand. We're not sure what the requests will look like once we open the application. And so if there is an overwhelming number of students that far exceeds the number of actual seats, at least in the first year or second year, or as the growth continues for the STEAM Academy, we want to make sure that we have process in place.
Okay. I appreciate that. So at the start of obviously the process, now, say students that are there now, the students that are at FECTO, will they have an opportunity to apply? Is that something that?
So any student that's in grade 6 or 9 can apply, going into 6 or 9
Okay,
can
okay.
apply. So it's not necessarily the population
Okay.
currently at FECTO Leary, Remember, the charge for the actual expansion of seats for middle and high school was to, or at least from the school committee to me directly, right, was to figure out ways and how we could alleviate the overcrowding at the middle school and the high school. And so this is one of the creative ways that we look to design additional seats at the 6, 7, 8, and 9, 10, 11, 12 to relieve our 3 middle schools and the high schools.
Could I just have the number of seats that we're looking at? Like, what's an estimate of how many seats?
So in the first year, we're only looking at about 250 to 300 max, split between 2 entry points, which would be 6th grade and 9th grade.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sure.
Anyone have a question?
Just a quick question. Thank you for your presentation.
Member Sadoway. Yep.
I just was curious, how are the families notified if their child is on the initial or the secondary wait list?
So, in that week where we're going to notify families in February, they receive a communication from LPS with a letter basically saying that you are accepted for admission into the school. And then they'll receive a follow-up call for confirmation.
Thank you.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, I would need a motion from a member of the subcommittee.
I'll make a motion.
Sorry. I don't know if Sean's here. Is Sean on there?
Is
I think
He's here.
Sean and Lenny good with questions, or did they have any? Good?
Didn't have any.
Okay, okay. All right, so motion's been made to accept the policy. Second. Roll call, please.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Reed? Member Sadoway?
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gardner, and thank you, members, and that is that for the subcommittee tonight. Meeting
Motion to
adjourned.
adjourn?
Move it to the full committee.
Oh, yes, thank you. Back up a bit. We'd have to move that policy to the full committee. So thank you. Thank you for the reminder. Okay.
Those glasses, you better tell you.
I had to let it go.
All right, we're good for open mic? Yep. All right, we will begin the open mic portion of the evening. The open mic session is designed to provide an opportunity for citizens to express their views on matters of concern to the school committee. The sessions are not designed to encourage debate of views, but are to have the committee understand numerous points of view. The committee would appreciate speakers keeping their presentation to 3 minutes in order to accommodate as many people as time permits. The chair reserves the right to limit the number of speakers on the same topic to 3. All speakers must be at least 18 years of age or enrolled in high school in the Lynn Public Schools District and having discussed their views with a student government representative. The chair reserves the right to rule the speaker out of order if they feel that the speaker's comments are personal in nature. If the speaker's comments are directed at a school committee member or a member of school administration in attendance, that member, through the chair, may address the individual. First on the list, we have Michael J. Curley. You could just state your name and address for the record when you begin.
Good evening. My name is Michael J. Curley, and my address is 12 Barbara Ave in Wilmington. However, my heart lives here in Lynn. Good evening, Mayor Nicholson, Dr. Alvarez, members of the school committee, and all other members present. I'm disappointed, once again, that I have to be here tonight. I have far more important things I wish I could be doing right now, yet here I am, here we are. I'm a resident of Wilmington, a teacher at Classical, a member of LTU 1037, and my heart lives right here in this, my adopted city of Lynn. I love our district, but I'm incredibly disappointed in senior leadership. I've told all of you more than once, we need teachers and space. Teachers and space. Currently in my building, we have a leaky roof. This has led to a mold issue. We have mice, we have cockroaches. We cannot control the temperature in our building. Some rooms are freezing while other rooms are steamy. We have classes that are co-taught, not because it's rational or a better way of educating, but because we don't have enough space in our building for all of the classes we have to have for our student body. More than 2,000 students in a building built for 1,400. In many of those classes, there are not enough seats for all of the students if they show up. We have an issue with KIPP trying to expand. If that is approved, our school budget will be severely impacted. Our teachers are in the last year of a contract. We are being told there is no money. This is the same thing that was said to Andover, Beverly, Gloucester, Marblehead, Newton, and Woburn. My colleague, Ino Atanian, has been told her visa will not be renewed by the city because of money. I could wax poetic about Ino and what she brings to the district. She's an amazing teacher. She works with the most challenging demographic, our multilingual learners, and she makes it look easy. In fact, she is literally nominated for History Teacher of the Year. She wants to be here. How can our district turn its back on an immigrant? It's unconscionable. How am I supposed to explain to my students that we won't keep an immigrant? How would you? We have serious issues to address at LPS, and there is nothing about a pay raise for the highest paid people in our district that will make any of these issues disappear. Our student-facing staff turnover is immense. This is a failure of leadership. I'm here to beg you, the decision makers, to invest in our schools. Help us get qualified teachers. Help us solve our space issues. Help us clean up our physical plants. Help us keep our teachers and don't drive out the good ones who want to be here. From one educator to the people in charge, we need your help. Make things better for our students, our student-facing staff members, and our city. None of that comes from pay increases at the top. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next is Aaron Doherty. Please state your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Erin Doherty. I live on 64 Foster Street in Peabody. I'm a Lynn teacher at Vector Leary. So I'll try to make it quick because I thought I had 5 minutes, not 3. My name is Erin Doherty. I've been a teacher in Lynn for 21 years, 17 of them at Vector Leary Junior Senior High School. I am also the union representative for the teachers, paraprofessionals, therapists, and behavior specialists. I am here to express our concerns about the expansion and relocation proposal on tonight's agenda. The original messaging communicated to us last fall was that the therapeutic setting located on the 3rd floor of the Vector Leary building would be incorporated into the STEAM Academy, and the students in our therapeutic setting would remain there and would have access to that program. As of this past Monday, we were informed that the plan has drastically changed and that the therapeutic grades 6 through 12 program would move this coming September 2025 to the new Eastern Bank building and be incorporated into the Frederick Douglass Collegiate Academy, while the alternative school would remain at 33 North Common Street. It is our understanding that grades 6 and 9 of the new City Arts and Sciences program will open in September 2025 on the 3rd floor, and the alternative school will remain on the 1st and 2nd floors until September 2026. We are aware that a STEAM Academy committee exists and has been working on this expansion and relocation plan. However, there has been no opportunity for FECTO students or parents' voices to be heard. Also of concern, this committee does not include not one staff member from the alternative or therapeutic setting. Sorry, I might get emotional. Therefore, there has been no opportunity for teachers, paras, therapists, or behavior specialists to share their history and insight about decisions being made from our most vulnerable students in Lynn. Our grades 6 through 12 therapeutic program at Vector Leary has existed for 15 years. It was created out of necessity to support our vulnerable students who could not find success in larger traditional settings throughout the city. Most students are anxious and find it difficult to enter our building, never mind a large office building. We talk as a school system every day about equity and inclusion, about doing what is right for the children. So how then are we going to remove the students from the environment where they have found safety, understanding, peace, and most importantly, academic success? Some of the questions we have specific to the relocation of the therapeutic setting are as follows. How and when will families and students be informed about the changes? Will there be a gym on site for students? Will they continue to be able to take self-management classes, which includes laundry, cooking, ironing? Will there be space for therapeutic art and music? Will there be enough clinical space for individual and group therapy? These are all fundamental parts of the program and necessary supports to meet their IEPs. In closing, we just ask that you table the vote that may be taken tonight until a community forum can be held, and consider placing the academic programs STEAM and FDCA together at the new building and leave us intact. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next is Sarah Martell. State your name and address, please.
Good evening. Sorry, a little nervous. My name is Sarah Martell. My address is 31 Mayfair Street in Lynn. I have 2 children at the Pickering Middle School. First, I would like to thank the school committee for your time and listening to my comments this evening, and also like to thank the teachers currently at Pickering and the administrators who are helping to fill in. Both our children attended elementary school next door, the Sisson School. During our children's time with LPS, we've been active members in our school committee, assisting with PTO, fundraising, field trips, field days, dancing, and during 5th grade, I worked with a small group of parents to help raise funds for their end of the school year activities, all while our family having an active role in our children's Little League and working full-time jobs. The reason for me coming to speak to you all tonight is to ask for a more effective communication with the Pickering School Committee regarding what can we expect going forward after we received a letter on November 25th stating our principal and vice principal would not be in the next day, and 2 others would be simply filling in. Since the email was originally sent out to parents, I have reached out to Lynn Public Schools for updates. One email reply let me know we would have an update on December 6th, which we did not receive. And when I did follow up, I was informed that no further information would be shared due to the confidential personnel matter, and the situation was being monitored daily. As I have communicated to LPS, I'm not reaching out as a complainer or someone who is looking to LPS to talk about anything that is confidential. I can appreciate the confidentiality. However, we have not received a single message or communication since that original message was sent out. As I stated in one of my emails to Lynn Public Schools Administration, as a parent, we need to respect the process of what is happening behind the scenes. However, as a parent of 2 students, it is also my obligation to my children that I am following up on what is happening at their school and what happens when the door closes. Too many times, parents are looked at as not being involved or not taking the time or interest in what happens. So when we simply ask to be kept informed, we do not feel that that is asking too much, or that our questions or concerns do not count. We would hope that administration would appreciate parents wanting to stay informed and being involved, as well as our children wanting to know. The idea of communication being key is a 2-way street, and when families feel there's an open line, it helps to build trust along the way, and also prevents the rumor mill from flying around. And there are many rumor mills going around. And families feel they can ask questions and be more involved. There are many concerns regarding the current unknowns and situation at Pickering. However, I need to stress that I come here tonight to ask that families are kept informed and is treated part of the collective process in our students' whole education at Lynn Public Schools. I do want to stress that I do appreciate the work that the teachers and the current administration that's there is doing to help. We just need a little bit more information about what the expectations are, what's going to be happening going forward. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next is Peter Meany. You want to state your name and address?
My name is Peter Meany. I am the Ward 1 counselor here in Lynn, and I am here on behalf of several constituents who have made me aware of the lack of communication from the administration, the school system, not necessarily anyone in specific. I don't think the details of what has been miscommunicated are important right now. You know, the school system's huge. It's got a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of people. Any organization this size is going to have unexpected challenges. You know, that's why we have middle management. That's why we have point people. With that being said, you know, effective communication in a large organization is not only helpful, it's necessary. And the upper administration in the Lynn Public Schools, as working as a counselor and listening to constituents, is not doing a great job. We're not. You know, do we have a plan for what we're doing? You know, things happen. Here's what's happening. Here's what we're doing. Here's what we're going to do. None of that's being relayed to the parents. None of that's being relayed to, you know, even myself personally as a counselor. We're not looking to butt in every day, but at the same time, if you keep us all in the dark, it makes your life more difficult. It makes you look incompetent. You know, you want to keep the faith of your constituents, and by not communicating, it's speculation wazoo. I mean, as the old saying go, democracy dies in darkness. Let's try to do better. Thank you.
As the chair of this committee, I'm going to respond on behalf of the administration. I think that a ward counselor has every right to be heard, and you're always welcome here. And an allegation of incompetence is extremely unprofessional. Next, I'd like to call Aaron Long. Is that Long? What was that?
It's probably me, Tom. Sorry.
8 Strathmore Lane?
Yeah, it's me.
Yeah. Sorry, what was the last name?
It's Conley.
Conley. Sorry about that.
That's what I almost
Yeah.
said.
Okay. Sorry. Good evening, members. I'm of the committee. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak. I'm here to advocate for my son Mason, and he is a student at Fecto Leary. First, I wanted to highlight Mason's progress since joining the school. Before attending Fecto Leary, Mason struggled with chronic absences, phone calls to pick him up due to behavioral issues were our reality at a large school. The smaller setting, oh, I'm sorry. Okay. The smaller setting here has made a tremendous difference. Mason feels less anxious, safe, and supported, which is dramatically improved in his attendance and grades. Second, Mason trusts the staff who understands and meets his needs. The trust allows him to focus on his social and emotional growth. He loves R&R, gym time with his peers, which rewards good behavior and motivates him to stay engaged. If this school is taken away from him, Mason will lose the ability he has worked so hard to build. He doesn't adjust well to new environments or people. He would likely refuse to go to school again, undoing all the progress. This decision will negatively impact an entire community of students and parents who have worked tirelessly to help their children thrive. Why weren't parents informed or consulted about this decision with such far-reaching consequences? We deserve to be a part of this conversation, especially when it comes to concern our children's well-being and education. And I just want to say, I worked really hard to get my son to be where he's at today. For the first 3 years, of the pandemic, I was called every day to pick my son up at 9 o'clock in the morning. For 3 years, I couldn't work or do anything. Now my son gets A's and B's. And I just want to say, Fecto Leary is a really good school. And some kids do have issues with, bigger classrooms and bigger, So I just really want you to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wishing to speak at open mic? Okay. State your name and address.
Hi, thank you. My name is Gabe Cohen-Glinick. My address is 1262 Broadway in Somerville, but I'm a community organizer with Neighbor to Neighbor here in Lynn. Thanks for this opportunity to speak with y'all. This is Tommy. I'll have him introduce himself when he speaks. We're here tonight. The Neighbor to Neighbor youth team, which is made up of about 10 youth from across the Lynn public high schools, have been working to talk to their peers about what issues are most important to them, and we've been gathering information and opinions about what's most pressing for Lynn public high schoolers. Really the core thing that we've come to understand is some gaps in extracurricular activities and challenges with funding and support for certain extracurriculars, and we're trying to get a very specific look at what that is and what's most important to the students. But we wanted to sort of bring the topic to the committee leading into the budget season, because we plan to return for the budget hearings and share more specific information. But yeah, I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the committee. We'd love to find ways to collaborate, bring more of our team. Thursday nights are tough, so it's a small delegation of us tonight, but wanted to at least come and introduce ourselves to those who don't know us, and open up a conversation going forward. So yeah, I'll pass it to Tommy. Just before I pass, I just want to voice also support for the folks from Fecto Leary. That's a really hard thing to come and speak for the first time, especially about your kids. Like that's a big thing. So support you guys, and glad you're here. But pass it to Tommy.
Thank you, Gabe. So my name's Tommy Tran, and I'm a student from Lynn English High School. I live at 140 Verona Street. Neighbor to Neighbor is really interesting to me because it goes deep into the aspect of extracurriculars. I really think extracurriculars are important for the future of our children, our youth that are going to make the future of Lynn powerful. Without funding for these type of clubs, for these extracurriculars that really interest them, how are they going to find their passion? That's what I really want to ask all of you. When we have faulty equipment for sports teams, how are we going to expect them to perform professionally? If we don't have clubs that support like STEM or humanics, how are they going to find their passion? How are they going to practice what they want to do in the future? Specifically, I'm part of my school's science team, and recently we've lost a lot of funding, and it's kind of coming out of the coaches' pockets, where they have to pay like a certain amount for like food or transportation. And the whole point is that it brings students from across schools, from across several districts, any age, any year in high school. And without proper funding, how are students going to find interest in being able to participate in these activities? If we don't have like any funding, then they're going to see these type of clubs or groups as kind of like underappreciated and maybe not as popular as they would want it to be. And another thing that I want to mention is that like students don't really have much of a say in these type of things. We kind of just have to go by with what we're given. We just have to listen to all the adults. And if we were to have a voice in these type of like commitments, then I think it would be like a valuable thing to have. But right now we don't. We just have to sit with the consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak at open mic? Anyone else for open mic? Last call for open mic. We will close the open mic portion of the evening and move into the 19th regular meeting of the school committee. Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Present.
Member Dugan?
Present.
Member Gately?
Present.
Member Pena?
Present.
Member Reed?
Present.
Member Sadowhite?
Present.
Mayor Nicholson?
Present. If you'd all please rise, if you are able, for a salute to the flag, and remain standing for a moment of silence following. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. If you all please remain standing for a moment of silence in memory of Diane Bohosian, retired teacher, passed November 20th, 2024. Barbara Rafuse, retired personnel director, November 20th, 2024. Thank you. Next, we have minutes.
I make a motion to accept the minutes of the Building and Grounds Subcommittee on November 14th, the Policy Subcommittee meeting on November 14th, and the 17th regular meeting on November 14th, 2024.
There a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Next, we have the District Strategic Plan Initiatives.
Thank you. And this evening, we have both Deputy Cohen and Chief Academic Officer Patty Hebert.
While we are setting up, I also want to introduce our student member of the committee who is joining us this evening, Kayla Chajan.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Chahon.
Chahon. Thank you. Kayla Chahon is an outstanding student and member of the Lynn Tech community. She maintains a cumulative GPA of 4.22. While consistently challenging herself by taking advanced coursework, including honors and early college classes, she has been recognized with the Massachusetts Student Achievement Award and the Generation Citizen Collaboration and Diversity Award. She's part of our radio and television broadcasting program and has a co-op job working at Peabody TV, where she specializes in editing and production. She's also a leader in Skills USA. She has earned district and state-level medals on video production, and this year serves as the social chair. And she has contributed hundreds of hours of community service, as well as plans and organized events, has gone on to earn national recognition as a national model of excellence and won the Presidential Medal for volunteer work. She's also a member of Raw Arts, the Inclusivity Club, Trio Educational Talent Search, worked as an intern at the Aquarium, a sales associate at TJ Maxx, a group leader at Campfire of North Shore, currently a finalist for the prestigious Posse Scholarship to Bucknell University. And wait for this, at Bucknell University, and plans to study elementary education. Her goal is to create safe spaces for children in her classroom and provide them with support and inspiration. She will undoubtedly be an outstanding educator in the future.
Absolutely.
We are so honored to have you here joining us this evening. Thank you, Kayla.
Okay, good evening. This is a really tough act to follow. I am Molly Cohen, Deputy Superintendent.
And Patricia Hebert, Chief Academic Officer.
And we are really excited to be here to quickly go through the strategic plan and look at some of our goals. We're hoping that Kayla and Tommy, if Tommy's still here, holds us accountable for what we've envisioned and how we're going to try to get there. Okay. Perfect. So this evening, we're going to review our 5 priority areas. We're going to look at some goals that we've designed, and then we're going to talk about those initiatives that are underway. Some of these slides are familiar because we're just revisiting, but this executive summary highlights our vision statement about how we create equitable conditions for all of our students, along with the specific qualities that we endeavor for all of our graduates to embody when they leave us as graduates. Oops. Go back. The development of our goals and initiatives center students and staff who have been historically marginalized and underrepresented in advanced pathways. This is our theory of action, which states that if we ensure culturally and linguistically responsive practices, hire and equip diverse and highly qualified educators, increase equitable access to innovative school models in inclusive settings where everyone belongs and everyone is accountable for student outcomes, then we will meet our goal and our graduates will be critical thinkers and problem solvers, engaged community members with global mindsets, effective communicators and leaders, and continuous learners empowered to design their own paths, as Kayla and Tommy represent here this evening. We are particularly proud of these specific descriptors of the LPS graduate who will enter the global market ready to tackle the complicated and complex challenges we face. And here I would just like to highlight a few around that we hope that our students are driven by curiosity, respect diverse cultures, speak with confidence, which we've witnessed here tonight, listen with empathy, and find joy in exploring opportunities. As district leaders, we keep these particular growth opportunities for priority area 1 front and center in addressing what our stakeholders identified as priority initiatives. Strengthening the instructional core requires us to meet the needs of our teachers, students, and the high quality instructional content demands. As mentioned prior, we have elevated teacher hiring and retention in priority area 2, culture and diversity, equity, inclusion, which exists in all 5 priorities, and annual planning, which is what we're here to talk about tonight, in all 5 priority areas. So we built backwards. We started with impact statements, so that's the end in mind, and we developed our goals from there. So our team went through a process of developing a logic model to map out the relationship between our inputs and activities and our outputs and outcomes. And in this way, we were able to develop measurable goals to assess our progress. So Ms. Hebert is actually going to take us through our desired short-term and long-term outcomes.
Thank you. This slide outlines our 5 priorities. You can see priority 1 is all about strengthening the instructional core. Priority 2 is about ensuring that LPS educators are diverse, highly qualified, and provided with the resources and supports they need to serve LPS students. Priority 3 is about increasing equitable access to innovative school models, programs of study, and advanced coursework. Strategic priority 4 and 5, you'll notice it says cross-cutting there. The reason for that is they influence and support all the other priorities in the strategic plan. Priority 4 is focused on fostering belonging and inclusivity, and priority 5 is centered on data-driven equity strategies, provide the foundational culture and tools necessary to advance success in every area of our work. Priority 1, our team had developed several goals. Tonight, it's just we're presenting one goal from each of the priority areas, but in later dates, you will see all the goals that are associated with each priority. So this first one for priority goal, these goals reflect our dedication to equity and excellence, ensuring every English learner in Lynn Public Schools has the opportunity to thrive academically and linguistically. So we are looking to raise our language proficiency on access testing from 32 to 34.7% by the end of this school year. You can see there's a long-term goal there for by June of 27 to increase attainment, our students who achieve access attainment from 9% to 15%. So how will we do this? This slide outlines different activities and resources that will be needed to move our students, particularly our L students. This work represents an important step in addressing the needs of our English learners, ensuring that they have the tools and opportunities to thrive. We are confident these activities and resources will lead to significant and lasting improvements in academic success. Priority 2 centers around ensuring that our educators, we want to increase by 2% our diverse educators. The long-term goal is to support our staff to reduce the amount of resignations to retain our students. Excuse me, teachers. Another key focus is fostering to achieve the goals of Priority 2, fostering a diverse workforce and improving staff retention, we are implementing a comprehensive set of activities that address both recruitment and retention efforts. For example, we are enhancing recruitment by attending diversity-focused job fairs, updating DEI-aligned recruitment materials, and offering comprehensive onboarding, including in-person orientations and structured induction programs. Retention efforts include targeted supports for emergency and unlicensed teachers, professional development for mentoring, and access to resources like MTEL vouchers, licensure internship, and community engagement opportunities. Additionally, our HR department is collaborating with city partners and sharing updates through a monthly newsletter. Priority 3 focuses on expanding access to advanced coursework for economically disadvantaged students, ensuring equity in academic opportunities and preparing all students for success in college and careers. To support Priority 3, we are expanding advanced coursework opportunities through targeted outreach and support for economically disadvantaged students, ensuring equitable access to advanced placement, early college, and STEM programs. Resources like Flashlight 360, Rosetta Stone, and Elevation are being utilized to support student preparation and success in these courses. Additionally, partnerships with higher education institutions and community organizations are providing valuable resources, training, and pathways for advanced learning. The goals that we're focusing on here tonight for Priority 4 is the overall increasing belongingness and feeling supported within schools. By 2025, overall school belonging will improve by 3% from the district baseline as measured by the climate survey. By 2027, the overall school belonging will improve from 73% to 78% as measured by the school climate survey. Here you can see a long list of things, activities, and resources to support Priority 4. We are fostering inclusivity and belonging through initiatives like inclusivity teams, the No Place for Hate campaign, and affinity groups for staff and administrators of color. Student-focused efforts include the superintendent's student cabinet, principal advisory groups, best buddy programs, and DEI student consultants, along with events like the Healthy Youth Summit and Girls Inc. Smart Girls Summit. Additionally, partnerships with organizations like UMass Boston Asian American Studies Program and celebrations as the Celebrating Our Hispanic Heritage event are helping to create welcoming, culturally responsive school communities. Priority 5 focuses on leveraging data to drive equity and improve outcomes for all students by addressing and reducing achievement gaps. By 2025, 100% of Lynn Public Schools and district leaders will utilize a district-wide system, Open Architects, to collect and analyze student performance data. By 2029, Lynn Public Schools will reduce the graduation rate gap between, and it says student group A and student group B, because we haven't figured out those just yet. That will happen as we get closer to 29 and looking at all of the data, by at least 10%. So we already know what we're targeting at that point. And how will we achieve those goals? To support Priority 5, we are implementing district and school-based data meetings and establishing data champions at every school to ensure consistent data use. Activities include data-wise training, development of an MTSS handbook, and exploration of data platforms to support the MTSS framework. Resources like DataWise and Branching Minds are being utilized to provide professional development, tools, and strategies to address equity gaps and improve student outcomes. Fabulous picture of some of our students. This visual illustrates how the multi-year strategic plan serves as the foundation for the district's annual plan, which in turn guides the development of department and school-level annual plans. It highlights the alignment and coherence across all levels to ensure the unified focus on our goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Yep, Member Dugan.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I know that this is obviously a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of work, so I do appreciate everything that went into it. I do really appreciate the teacher hire and retention being a priority. It's mentioned intentional onboarding. You talked a little bit about it, but how are we, like, for example, someone like Kayla, who we now know is going to be an elementary teacher or plans on that. How are we going to get into people like her and maybe even like nationally to just kind of recruit teachers? Is there any plan for that?
So I can speak to, we already have programs where we're trying to build our teaching staff from within, grow our own. We have future teacher clubs. We have the diversity grant that has opportunities to provide opportunities for our students to actually work in some of our classrooms. The LVTI program, the students actually get to go to, and I assume you've been, or maybe will be assigned to a Lynn Public School classroom and actually work within that classroom and get to experience what it's like to be a teacher while being with a fellow teacher. So we're working really hard to give opportunities for our students to choose that pathway.
Right. Come back.
You can absolutely.
In addition, we have a partnership with Latinos for Education and Salem State University, where we are conducting a programming phase for early college students to be exposed to the education careers and have specific classes that would expose them to be more interested in becoming educators.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Gailey.
I just have a couple of questions because there's a lot of action steps in year one. That's this year. Could you explain to the committee what Flashlight 360 is and TAG funding?
Flashlight 360 is a program that is new to our schools this year. We're starting in the secondary schools with selected students, L population 1 and 2. It focuses heavily on speaking and writing. It's a computerized program that will adapt as students go along.
And how is it being received?
It just started. They're in the benchmarking right now, so we will have a better idea. The benchmarking, I believe, closed today. So we'll know how students are doing. The majority of the students have already completed that benchmark, so we'll start gathering data and know what it looks like going forward. But we will be monitoring it. It's new to me, so I'm excited to see it in action.
Yeah, 'cause we need that in the secondary, they've
And
been
my
a little
apologies
ignored.
for the acronym for TAG. We're used to using that in-house. So that's the turnaround grant assistance that we get from the state for the schools that are performing under the 10 percentile.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Member Castellanos.
Thank you so much for the layout today and your presentation. I have more just some fiscal questions. Some of the strategic priorities I've noticed before I came here don't have really, I feel like the funding mechanisms or safeguards weren't really spoken about. We had some bold, I feel like with each priority there were some, like, for example, professional development or some of the extras like within the action steps. I don't really see a broken down cost analysis on each of these priorities. I'd like to see that happen, considering the climate that we're entering politically. I know Title I, there's going to be some changes around what that's going to look like. I also think the governor's numbers still haven't came out yet, so there might be some differences there that I know our CFO and also the city's probably being really mindful of what that's going to look like. I know those will have impacts on every one of these priorities. If you look at operational costs, we're 82% people. Is that, sorry if I'm right, that's a lot. We have a lot, yeah. Well, that's going to be, I think, instrumental with some of the, strategic goals for staff retention. So direct connection to that. So I think there needs to be some real serious focus on that, especially once we start laying out like these short-term outcomes, because these can really change. And we're in really fiscal, there's very thin ice right now that we're on. And I know this is a working live document. I think that was described with this process when we first developed the strategic plan, right? That was the consultant's goal, is to make sure that we can go in, modify pivots. I just think I appreciate you guys giving us the pulse of what we're looking at to plan and map out. But I really would like to see us really set those fiscal benchmarks and targets up very, very closely, because you can have the best vision all you want, but if we can't afford or pay for it, we're not going to be able to execute it. That's just my thoughts.
I would just add that this year's goals is based on this year's budget and all the grants that have been awarded, and how we can make sure that the grants, we went after grants based on the strategic plan to accomplish those goals. So advanced work classes, like we received a grant for AP in order to support more teachers to get AP training so we can offer more AP courses, those type of things. And so whatever the state has to offer in grants, we go after it pretty with strong initiative.
Relentless.
Yeah.
I think we are pretty
very aggressively.
I think we are.
So,
That's awesome that we're relentless
yes,
there,
we are.
so.
We're in the same frame of mind as far as being very budget conscious. This is why we give you these goals annually, because depending on the budget can impact how far we can get on some goals based on what's available for us to execute.
And these have, so for the titles budgets, which support the majority of this, that's been done for this entire year through July. So it's certainly just a timeline issue of implementation. So to share with you the initiatives, the timeline, the resources, and who's responsible is something that we intend to do shortly.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Member Satterwhite.
Just a quick question back on the priority ones under the resources. I know at one point we touched upon, for example, the Rosetta Stone. Is there anything that we're going to be able to get in regards to like numbers for, I know how much we had spent on specifically Rosetta Stone, like the utilization, how many people have signed up for it to see if it's actually worth it?
We did share, I think, at the last meeting, but we can give you a folder of some of the information.
Perfect.
That from the last meeting, last 3 months.
Okay.
To update you, but we'll be continuously updating that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have a program of studies update, science and social studies curriculum timeline of adoption.
We're going to start with an update on science and then social studies, and then I'll get into the program of studies.
Hello, and good evening, members of the school committee, and thank you for your time. I'm Cammie Cox. I'm the Assistant Director of Curriculum and Instruction for Science. And I joined the team earlier this year, and I'm excited to have an opportunity to share some curriculum updates with you tonight. So this agenda is for my presentation. The main focus will be to share the details of the middle school science resource implementation that was already underway when I came on board, as well as share about the work that has recently began to look at science curriculum for our elementary grades. In line with the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education's vision, the LPS curriculum team is committed to enhancing student success through the implementation of high-quality instructional science materials, or HQIM for science. These are the key features. So for what that means, what is HQIM, this is what it means for science. These materials have these 4 key features that are listed here. All students can access content that engages them in grade level standards in science and engineering practices, and their learning experiences are authentically driven by their questions and interests, leading to sense making of real world phenomena and design problems. As we discuss this outlook for elementary science, we are grounding ourselves in those key features of high quality science. Currently, elementary science is following the LPS scope and sequence. It is supported by Smart Notebook lessons, a next generation science text, and LPS materials kits. Although these maps have been updated over the past few years, the resources date further back, and this has led us to begin evaluating new materials that will better support our students in sense making through culturally and linguistically sustaining practices. Most recently, we started the process of evaluating and selecting a new curriculum for science, starting with grades 3 through 5. The goal is to select a high-quality curriculum to begin with implementing next school year. We are following the DESE's Implement Mass process, so this procedure acts as a step-by-step guide for evaluating, selecting, and implementing a curriculum. I'm also working with DESE's Evaluation and Selection Network to support and personalize this work for LPS. They have provided us with thought partners and endless resources and guidance for this important work. This is the current track that we are on for this work. Currently, we are in the learn and prepare phase of this Implement Mass process. I've established a diverse council who has been working to develop shared meaning of key features of HQIM for science, examine our district data, understand the elementary science curriculum market, and most recently, develop our vision and procedures for curriculum evaluation. We are now engaging stakeholders in this process as we move into our next stage, which will begin with investigating various curricula options, then choosing 2 to field test. Finally, we will select 1 to launch at the start of next school year. So you can see here, this is our vision. This is a look into our vision that was developed during the first phase of the 3 through 5 selection process. As you can see, it values all students while holding up the key features of high-quality instructional materials for science. So I just spoke about 3 through 5. Our goal is to follow this same review and evaluation process next school year for the K through 2 science curriculum for implementation the following year. So overall, this means that at the start of the 26-27 school year, we will have HQIM across all elementary grades in science. This process does not end when a curriculum is selected. Next stages include planning and executing a well-thought-out and well-communicated implementation plan, along with a comprehensive professional development plan. I will work with stakeholders and our curriculum committee to establish and launch these plans. Next, we're moving into updates for middle school science. The use of Open SciEd was presented on in June of 2023. Since then, we have been phasing in this Open SciEd curriculum as a resource. This is an update on the continued progress of this curriculum implementation plan. Open SciEd, or OSE, is a free, high-quality science curriculum designed to engage students deeply in science learning through hands-on, inquiry-based activities and is adaptable to meet diverse classroom needs. I do want to note that this high-rated curriculum and its resources are open or free. However, the materials needed to implement the science lessons, like the materials kits, are not, and the PD is not free either. To hear more about Open SciEd, here's a quote from one of our LPS grade 7 teachers at Thurgood Marshall Middle School, Mrs. Lavasco. She is teaching Open SciEd for the first time this school year, and this is her quote. OSE is well thought out, hands-on curriculum. It empowers students to take charge of their own learning. OSE helps me provide students with opportunities to plan investigations and ask meaningful questions. After years of creating my own curriculum, nothing I have made comes close to offering the depth of learning OSE does. Students are now owning concepts I used to think were out of reach. And just to give you a little bit more info about this curriculum and some context for that picture there, these are some of our 7th grade students with Oki, the stuffed orangutan, and something fun that a teacher brought in, since our OSE biodiversity unit investigates the anchoring phenomenon. How could buying candy affect orangutan populations in the wild? So this unit culminates with students proposing an answer to the question, how can we redesign the way land is used in Indonesia to support orangutans and people at the same time? They do this by working as a team to design and present their answers through a digital simulation that they program themselves. So now I have this graphic here which shows you where we have been and where we are going with Open SciEd. Not shown in this graphic is the work actually that began prior to this in 2022, as the Middle School Science Curriculum Council examined different curriculum resources and determined to move forward with last year's field test that you see up there in the first column. So this is where we're picking up with the graphic. The field test provided us with valuable student and teacher data that was used to design next steps regarding mapping materials and professional learning. Now I will go over the details of this school year that you can see there in the second column. So this year, all middle school science teachers are implementing 2 out of the 6 Open SciEd units in their grade level. This summer, educators were supported with a 4-day storyline training. This helped educators learn the routines around anchoring phenomena and sense making that each OSE unit follows. It also supports them with time to unpack a specific OSE unit. At this time, about a quarter of our educators have received this training, and it will be continuously offered in the years to come. On August 29th, all of our middle school science teachers, so 100% of the teachers, received a launch professional development that also trained educators on those OSE routines and practices through a unit focus. So this is similar to that 4-day storyline training. It's just 1 session instead of the 4. After that, PD educators continue to be supported throughout the school year through an OSC Schoology course that contains a plethora of teacher and student support materials, such as scientific discourse sentence starters, classroom routine scripts, as well as topic and unit-specific webinars. Educators are also engaging in frequent PLCs where they can collaborate with their peers in unit unpacking, lesson internalization, and student data reviews. Most recently, we initiated the work of updating and enhancing the LPS scope and sequence maps, working toward including equity goals and scaffolds to support the diverse needs of our learners. Finally, as we did last year and will continue to do for progress monitoring, we are collecting student and teacher feedback and providing educators opportunities for peer observations. So this slide shows the 2 units that educators are implementing this year across all middle schools. I'm happy to report that the district provided teachers with 100% of the materials needed to implement these units and will continue to do so. This means we purchased the kit materials along with any supportive materials such as science notebooks, lab gloves, or glue sticks. Additionally, we even are piloting a grocery store gift card procedure this year to support the perishable materials that have a short lifespan. So this allows teachers to purchase the perishable materials in a timely manner without using their own funds. I'm just going to go back to this Outlook slide here so we can discuss where we're headed next. As you can see, next year we will be moving into full implementation across middle school grades. We will continue to progress monitor and use data to target specific ongoing professional development topics for returning educators and support new teachers with that storyline and launch trainings. So in addition to supporting curriculum implementation and maintenance through a targeted professional development plan as the year progresses, we will innovate the curriculum maps by adding and enhancing the diverse learning supports. Again, using progress monitoring routines will ensure the curriculum is supported in meaningful ways as our teachers engage our students in sense-making and real-world problem-solving, fostering critical thinking and making science learning captivating and relevant. At this time, I just want to say thank you, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I do have questions.
Member Gately.
Hold on, I'm coming around. So, there was someone that came before us in open mic, and it was someone from a high school asking about their science club, and when are we, the science club, that they don't have the monies to get to their meets, and they don't have monies, they're taking it out of their pocket. So I want to know, where is that included in our, in the school budget in science? Because that science club, the one at Lynn English, is highly successful. I'm very familiar with them. I'm very familiar with the teacher. And I just think that we're cutting them a little short by not giving them enough money.
Yes.
So
thank you for elevating that. I also have been working with Jeff, and we've been talks about those needs, specifically the transportation needs for a science club, and this is at the high school level. And we've had some discussions so that I can be thoughtful about that in my planning for budgeting in the years to come. And I actually, it's funny that this just came up. I had recently spoke with him, or I'd sent out communication because I am looking to see if I can help in any way this spring with some of that transportation. We're just having talks about anything that I can make possible. Since it's been brought to my attention, though, we are in the works to make some plans for future years.
they're in the room, and I want them to know we're addressing it, and we're going to find a solution
Absolutely.
for it. So one other thing is, when you choose the book for middle schools, they will come before us for approval, correct?
So this, for middle school, what I was presenting on is for the Open SciEd curriculum resource that we are adding as a resource to our current scope and sequence, and that was already presented on a couple of years ago.
All right, and now I'd like to
For the
address
elementary, which is going to be new, yes, absolutely, we will
the
be.
elementary.
Yes.
All right, so that will come to Ms. Satterwhite.
Yes.
That's her committee. Then I was looking, I'm glad that you had the 4-day training. I'm glad all this is working out for the OC. It sounds wonderful. It sounds like students are motivated. And being a former science teacher, now we got to get to the high school, because I went to something in the gym, and I got bombarded by questions about the high school curriculum, and I was so frustrated when I walked away that I actually spoke to our deputy and I spoke to the superintendent, and can you explain to me how we're implementing AR in high school biology or high school curriculum for science? That's huge.
Can you just restate what was the question? Can I explain?
How we are implementing artificial intelligence, AI, in our projects for science in the high schools.
So at this time, we don't have a comprehensive AI science plan for the high schools, but that's certainly something that I would be interested in collaborating with our technology team for moving forward. I know that they have been, they established a new course about that, and there has been some trainings on that. I would also love to have a further conversation about if there are any concerns around it, or I don't know if it was more just looking to embed it into the science curriculum.
Well,
or...
they're doing projects, and the projects, I found out after hearing a number of teachers' frustrations that day, that, you know, like for the projects, all you really have to do is go to this site for the AI and say, I would like to learn about photosynthesis. And I want to do a project on it. It all shows up and it gives you like lesson plans and everything. And I don't think our teachers in science understand that it's that easy. And I think that they need to be trained in that AI so that they would see it's easy, it's fluid. I asked the question, show me the air molecules at sea level up to the Rocky Mountains. How many molecules are there? Because that's a huge graphic in 8th grade science when I taught it. And it's overwhelming to see how many molecules. And when students see that, I think that will be, you know, impressive for them, because
yeah, absolutely.
it will
I
help with
agree.
their
I
learning.
think that it's important with the changing technologies that we keep up with it, and I think there are lots of opportunities that have already started in the district for teacher training, and I think it's important that, you know, we share with all of our teachers, including science teachers at the high school level, how they can utilize that technology and help their students to use it in a way that's going to benefit
I
them.
believe, Member Gately, what you're referring to is called Copilot. It's accessible to all teachers and students. It comes with our portal. So it generates artificial intelligence plans, project-based learning, does translating of materials, differentiates instruction and lesson plans, and I think that's what she's referring to, that which would include science, of course.
And I want to thank you very much for your presentation. Obviously, you had me thinking about a lot of things in this presentation. Make sure you cross those Ts and dot those Is, and thank you very much.
Of course.
Thank you. Member Castellanos.
Just to piggyback on Member Gately's last point about AI, do we have an AI policy that we're crafting and working out right now? I think there's a lot of different examples of models across the country. And this, I know Salem Public Schools rolled out some work. You know, they're working on some AI policy work. We're already, I believe you have a team.
Charlie's working on it, yes.
Yeah, so do we have an update on that?
No, not yet.
And how that would, so is that
No.
something that we're gonna?
We've asked AI to create our AI policy. No, I'm kidding. But we are working on it.
All right, and the tool that you mentioned, what's the name of it?
It's called Copilot.
Is that a pilot program or is it district-wide?
No, it's district-wide. It comes with Microsoft Office. So it's part of the Microsoft Office suite that we all have access to. So when we go into our employee or student portal and you go into that little waffle, you can actually, it's one of the applications.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I can just give a little more detail, you can enter into it. I'm creating a lesson plan on photosynthesis. I would like some differentiated instruction for students that have a hard time organizing information. And I have students who are multilingual levels 1 and 2. And it'll give you a proposal for a lesson plan.
So I'm aware, I'm actually trained, we have something called Augantel. So I utilize AI in my everyday life, and it's very powerful. It's very important that we develop a framework and policy in terms of how that's going to look, whether it's students, how we access it, how we utilize it, especially around like the student environment and climate's changing tremendously. Like a lot of students, and even academia, it's pretty unleashed right now.
Correct.
And it's
And
definitely
so-
wonderful. It could do, as Member Gately described, like it's just amazing how fast and how efficient you can really be in learning. Right? It's an advanced learning tool that is something that I think is going to be it's innovative. It's the 21st century. Our students that are going into that next current workforce. It's definitely something that we should be prepared to take on in the 21st century. So I do appreciate the forward work on that. Definitely would be interested in learning more about if that's going to be a policy thing or how that kind of will unfold. There's definitely costs. I know there's a high cost on that. I'm sorry. I've just been bringing up money all day. I apologize.
It's definitely
Just-
a policy, and there'll be procedures
yeah.
around it as well, guidance for teachers as well as students, because it looks very different.
Thank you so much. I think we have social studies next.
Good evening, members. Oh, sorry. Okay. Good evening, members of the school committee and district leadership. My name is Kristen Tobacco. I'm the Assistant Director of Curriculum and Instruction for History and Social Studies pre-K to 12. Tonight, I'm excited to share with you some updates from the History and Social Studies Department. First, I'd like to share some information on pilot programs running in grades K to 2, grades 3 and 4, and grades 5 and 7 and 8. Next, I will update you on our new electives running this year. Finally, I'll share the anticipated timeline for grade 3 to 8 social studies resources and next steps. In grades K to 2, we have many teachers across the district participating in the Children Discovering Justice pilot. We're able to do this thanks to the expanded scope of the Civic Teaching and Learning Grant. Children's Discovering Justice is a civics-focused curriculum for young learners that provides students with the foundational knowledge, skills, and dispositions to be engaged, critical, compassionate, and active leaders in our democracy. This curriculum is free online to all teachers, but the PD has a small cost, which we cover with the grant funding. Teachers who volunteered for this pilot are engaging in monthly PD sessions, classroom visits, and earn a stipend. We look forward to seeing some of those teachers become leaders amongst their peers in promoting these resources across the district in the future. Here you can see a couple of examples of students and teachers in the classroom. Here we have Miss Kidney's class learning all about the importance of listening to others, taking turns, and using evidence to support their ideas, debating and learning to agree to disagree. Students are able to express their own opinions and listen to others with an open mind. These skills are so important for our young learners to grow into kind and compassionate leaders of tomorrow. In grades 3 to 7, we are running pilots of the new DESE History and Social Science resource, Investigating History. This has been in development for several years. Before I explain the different pilots that we're running, let me first tell you a little bit about the Investigating History program and how we came to pilot it this year. First, Investigating History is an inquiry-based social studies curriculum that focuses on the instructional principles you see up on the slide: historical inquiry, historical empathy, and human connectedness, civic engagement and real-world relevance, and culturally sustaining pedagogy. This curriculum is fully aligned with the Massachusetts DESE Social Studies grade level content, literacy, and practice standards. I guarantee if you flip to any lesson in this curriculum, each person in this room would learn something new. Lynn is lucky to have been accepted into the grade 3 and 4 Investigating History DESE pilot. This is a special opportunity for us because grade 3 and 4 are not yet released to the public. Lynn has the highest number of teachers of any district in Massachusetts participating in this pilot. Some of the benefits of being accepted into this free pilot are 6 full days of professional development for teachers throughout the year, virtual coaching for all teachers, teacher stipends paid by DESE, and we get to share all of the unreleased draft materials with all of our teachers, regardless of whether or not they're in a pilot school or grade. I've had the pleasure of visiting many classrooms already this year to see this curriculum in action, and I both see and hear that students are excited to learn about history. They're actively engaged in primary sources, maps, and texts, and teachers report that the materials, strategies, and lessons are extremely high quality, culturally and linguistically responsive, and easy to use thanks to the support of the professional development providers. You can see on the slides a picture of an inquiry chart in Miss Finnegan's room at Shoemaker, where students and teachers keep track of the essential question of the unit or lesson, what they learned, and most importantly, how they learned it. Students always know what they're working on in their social studies classroom with this program. On the right is a student at Druix that had a special opportunity. The grade 3 team brought in Darius Coombs of the Wampanoag Nation in Mashpee to teach students all about Wampanoag culture. Darius and his family are featured in one of the actual videos in the lesson plans that students are learning in this unit. The students were so excited to tell Mr. Coombs what they remembered from the video about his family and from the text and materials they read in the lesson. In grades 5 through 7, we are also doing a full year investigating history pilot, but this one engages all students and teachers in all schools. Mini pilots were run in the spring for all of these grades, which helped inform the need for a larger pilot. Grades 5 through 7 are on their second year of being fully published, so we're able to access these resources in a different way. All Investigating History materials live on Google Drive and on the Investigating History website, and are and always will be free. Our partner PD providers, Local Civics, has been amazing in providing full-day unit launches, personalized and small group coaching, PLCs, as well as district level team support to help scaffold and customize this curriculum for our students. Our middle school curriculum council is up and running this year, and all of the teachers are very excited about the program, citing the robust resources, culturally and linguistic responsiveness of materials, and the inclusivity of different perspectives and cultures. I'm thrilled to continue to work with these amazing teachers to plan our next steps together. I met with all grade 8 teachers at our History PD Day on August 29th before school started to introduce the idea of piloting a curriculum from the Democratic Knowledge Project called Civic Engagement in Our Democracy. As we talked, I was surprised that every single teacher in the room agreed they all wanted to try out this new curriculum after our PD provider shared more about the program. It's also well known in other districts in the state as it began in Cambridge, Massachusetts. This was a slight shift from our current map, but the excitement of the team led us to launch a pilot year of DKP blended with our current curriculum map and resources. This curriculum is unique because it teaches civics through the lens of students' lived experiences. Students begin the year building community, taking stock of their individual and shared values, and they focus on how they too can promote positive change in society and government, even as young people. Teacher feedback thus far has been overwhelmingly positive, and they are finding that this unique way of teaching the Mass DESE standards is paying off dividends already in student engagement and success. Now I'd like to move on to next steps, starting with K-2. K-2. We plan to continue the Children Discovering Justice pilot through the Civics Grant as we apply for it next year, and engage even more teachers in this valuable professional learning experience, while also connecting teachers to additional resources to meet the grade level standards for K-2 social studies. Here you can see a timetable for grades 3 to 8. For grades 3 and 4, we're in a bit of a unique situation. Last year, we ran a 3 to 5 adoption committee, but found the only resource we felt comfortable moving forward with was Investigating History, but we only had it for grade 5, as it was not released for 3 and 4 at the time. Therefore, we paused and waited for Investigating History grade 3 and 4 pilot application to come out, and ultimately 9 of our principals volunteered their schools to apply for the pilot, and that brings us to 2024-2025 school year. I will be meeting with members of these elementary teams in the spring or late winter spring to review the pilot experience and prepare for next steps over the spring and summer. Just a few days ago, I learned from our DESE History and Social Science office partners that they're going to be extending the pilot phase for grade 3 and 4 for another year and publish in the summer of 2026, not 2025. They feel strongly that in order to do justice to the great feedback they've gotten from teachers, again, many of which are from Lynn Public Schools, speaking about our students and their needs, they felt moving forward, they want to publish the best material that they can. DESE is also going to be sharing more about PD opportunities that we can engage in to support both our current piloting schools and any new schools in the state over the coming months. I anticipate that we'll be in a full year 1 adoption by school year 26-27 for grades 3 and 4. Surveys, classroom visits, PD, and meetings with teachers and students have been essential in decision-making at all stages of this process and will continue to do so. For grade 5, you can see that through the last school year, teachers curated and created their own resources. One of the first goals I had when I got in this position was to change that. This year, I'm happy to share that all grade 5 teachers are piloting 2 of the units from Investigating History. I anticipate year 1 of a full adoption to be in the next school year. The committee of grade 5 teachers that will gather in the early spring, survey results, and other stakeholder feedback will inform our plan moving forward and any PD allotment of materials, etc. For grades 6 and 7, as I mentioned, we are currently piloting IH, and the middle school council is very excited about gathering more data over the course of this school year and planning for next steps as a team. And again, as you can see for grade 8, we are in the pilot phase for the Democratic Knowledge Project, and we anticipate a year 1 adoption for next school year. We are lucky to have so many talented and dedicated teachers in our middle school lending their voices, time, and expertise to the Curriculum Council. And I really look forward to sharing the decision-making and planning process as we move forward with all of those educators. Finally, checking with high school. For school year 25-26, there's been a proposal to add the Advanced Placement African American Studies course in the high schools. I'm happy to report that we are currently in our first year of teaching Advanced Placement Modern World History. As you know, we added 3 new semester electives in the history department this year. Those are immigrant and indigenous experiences in the United States, global genocides, and personal finance. We are currently building a relationship with the UMass Boston Center for Asian American Studies and other organizations to build our project-based immigrant and indigenous experiences course with our talented teachers at English and Classical. Our global genocides course has been under development for some time, and we are now engaged in an exclusive partnership with the Salem State Center for Holocaust and Genocide Studies to develop this course of the most current and engaging resources available. Personal finance has been extremely popular with students, and we have more students that requested to take it than we have available seats, somewhere in the number of 300 or 400. I'd have to check. The impetus for adding this course largely came from Lynn Tech students who did outstanding civics presentations on the need for more financial literacy in schools. Speaking of civics, we are particularly excited for our 4th annual LPS Civics Day, so please mark your calendars for May 30th, 2025. And of course, we continually monitoring our curriculum maps and resources in all of the core content areas in high school, and we integrate teacher feedback regularly via surveys through the High School Curriculum Council. Thank you so much for your time and attention this evening. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those at this time.
Thank you very much. Questions on social studies? Yep, Member Castellanos.
I just want to say thank you. It's one of my favorite presentations. You always do a wonderful job. The civics, when was the date?
It's May 30th. I'm going to be sending you an email.
Yeah,
with the time.
I figured. Okay,
Very
so
soon.
May 30th.
Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you.
Same place as last year.
Awesome. Member Gately?
I'm just making sure that, I just want to make sure that all the students are like receiving what they need, like MLE students are receiving any kind of support they need, SPED students throughout all of these curriculums, correct?
Yes, that is a huge focus. Since we're doing many things, I'll just speak to Investigating History, for example. The curriculum, they provide different scaffolds for all of the assessments and much of the lesson plans. And one of the things about the 3 and 4 pilot is they're getting so much great feedback from cities like us and Boston. Lowell, I think, is involved, maybe Lawrence, and some other cities with similar demographics, and I really am excited to see what they come up with for 3 and 4, because it's already so good. But anyway, yeah, they do build in scaffolds, but then we also spend much of our professional development time working on how can we scaffold and modify these resources. So that's something that, teachers do want to customize for their own students in their classroom, and so we help support that.
Thank you for that presentation. Excellent. I really love the Literacy Day. It was very good.
Oh,
The
thank you.
students were very engaged.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is the Frederick Douglass.
Actually, no, I'm sorry, the program of studies.
Next is the Program of Studies presentation.
Thank you.
That was a nice segue into adding new courses to the program of studies. As most of you know, the process to adding courses, I'll kind of briefly outline the steps that we follow, and then I'd like to invite Dr. Shannon Gardner to join me to share some new courses for our students. As part of our new course selection process, we gather information from various sources, including feedback from students and parents, to ensure the courses align with their interests and needs. We also analyze industry trends to identify emerging fields and skills, ensuring our offerings prepare students for future academic and career opportunities. We also seek input from teachers and department leaders to ensure the courses meet instructional goals and align with current practices. Additionally, the proposed courses undergo a thorough review by the curriculum committee to ensure they support our strategic priorities and maintain high academic standards. The approval process includes administrative review to ensure the proposed courses align with district goals and resources. Following this, the final step is school committee approval, which formalizes the addition of the courses to the program of studies. Once approved, and depending on the course, we move into the curriculum design phase, where we develop the course content, ensuring it aligns with standards and district goals. Simultaneously, we allocate resources such as materials, staffing, and professional development to support successful implementation. During the implementation phase, we focus on staff training to ensure teachers are well prepared to deliver the new courses effectively. Additionally, we support student enrollment by providing guidance and information to help students understand the opportunities and benefits of these new courses. And finally, we engage in continuous evaluation by gathering feedback from students, teachers, and administrators. This allows us to assess the effectiveness of the courses and make necessary adjustments to ensure they continue to meet the needs of our students and align with district goals. The next two slides highlight courses that we added this year. As part of our continuous improvement process, we are currently gathering feedback from students, teachers, and other stakeholders to evaluate their effectiveness and identify opportunities for enhancement. So as you can see, quite a few courses were added this year. And now I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Shannon Gardner, who will share the exciting proposed courses for the 25-26 school year.
Okay, I just wanted to talk to you about a couple of new courses that we have here. One is work-based learning internship. This is something that we've been working toward this year in terms of building up our relationships with employers. We've had career speakers that you'll see in the superintendent's update, and we're really working hard to develop that, and we are developing a course to offer students the chance to be able to take that work-based learning internship for credit. And in addition, we are offering a small credit for career and academic planning work that takes place during the X block and during the intersessions for early college students, because there is a lot of student work that goes into this, and we feel that they should be getting some credit. Okay. I'm happy to be speaking to you about our expansion with Salem State University, and we have confirmed this large number of new courses. These courses represent a deepening of the credit count for our healthcare and education pathways. The education pathway speaks to questions that you asked earlier in terms of what we're doing with our students to prepare them for the field of education if they're interested in the field of education. So we have already gotten this commitment from Salem State, and we're very excited about this. We are working on proposed courses with North Shore Community College. We have been working to build up our computer science pathway and our business pathway at the urging of Dr. Alvarez to make sure that all of our courses are well transferable. In the IT pathway, we're proposing to put in some courses that are a little more transferable in the area of criminal justice and cybersecurity, around cybersecurity, because this is an integral part of the IT field now. So we're thinking those would be great gen eds that would be more widely transferable. We have also met with a representative from Cambridge International. Cambridge International is well known internationally as a provider similar to the College Board of advanced coursework, and they have pre-advanced and advanced levels, and they're taught by LPS trained teachers. If we go to the next slide. They just offer different things that AP College Board does not offer. And so we looked at some of their offerings and lined them up under some of the pathways that we know that we already want to build. And they offer some really interesting things for advanced coursework credit, like digital media and design, media studies, sport and PE. So we're looking at these as potentially exciting new offerings that we could add to some of the pathways that we already have to give more advanced coursework opportunities. One thing that's interesting about Cambridge International Education is because it is designed for international audiences, it's already built with multilingual learners in mind. And so they actually have better results on their testing because of the way that they create their educational experience for students. Okay. We're also working on the plan for the STEAM Academy, and I just put in here basically for our audience at home the elements of STEAM, because we sometimes overlook that STEAM is a unified approach that includes science, technology, engineering, arts, and math. So last year, as you know, we had a project where we developed a plan, a vision for the STEAM school. We looked at potential schedules, potential kind of courses, and now that we are becoming a reality with this school, we have a second phase of the project. We're looking at science now being taught as part of a STEAM course in middle school. The STEAM course is a PBL block that is team taught. All teachers participate in teaching the STEAM course. Teacher leadership rotates by semester. The middle school STEAM course will cover the 4 domains of science currently outlined in the LPS program of studies: physical sciences, life sciences, earth and space sciences. There will be a humanities course, again on the middle school level, that will incorporate ELA and history. Humanities courses support multidisciplinary content, teacher collaboration, increased flexibility within an extended learning block, and again allows multidisciplinary collaboration within the STEAM block, especially with regard to real-world problem solving. And though still driven by grade level thematic questions, humanities course may choose to follow the current LPS content area as outlined in the program of studies. So this is a part 2 STEAM project that everyone is working on. We're so excited about it. It's not something that we've done. We have piloted some wonderful things so far in regard to this, just in thinking about getting ready for this, and it was also an outflow of the STEAM work that we did last year. But we have proposed 2 new courses, which would be the STEAM block and the humanities block. And these exciting new courses, we would be working with teachers and administrators and the teachers union to look at how this new school will look in terms of scheduling and coursework.
Thank you. Questions? Member Dugan, Member Gately.
Okay. As always, thank you for the presentation. Just a couple quick kind of logistic questions. I love that we're encouraging our teachers to propose new courses. 2 questions around that. What does that look like exactly? And then how's the response been from our staff from that?
I think the new ones listed on 2526, majority of those were proposed from schools. So
Oh, okay.
our assistant directors work closely with department heads at the school and administration to be in conversation with, what courses, what are students talking about, where do they want to go, what are they looking for.
Great, thank you. And then the early college classes, my sons both took those when they were at classical, but it was over the computer, Zoom, Google Meets, whatever it was. How is that being delivered now? Is that still the case, or?
So currently all classes are being delivered in person by professors. Yeah, unfortunately, when your son started,
Yeah, it was early in the process.
I think it was in COVID, yeah.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, we have moved to that.
Right, thank you.
Member Gately, Member Castellanos.
Dr. Gardner, on Cambridge International Education, art and visual arts, health science, computer IT, and business. I'm trying to wrap my mind around how are these being taught? Are they what is the vision for all of these courses to be taught? These are college courses, and they're going to be taught. What's the vision?
So these courses are just like AP courses where we have our high school teachers would receive training from Cambridge International, and they would be certified to be teaching the Cambridge International courses. There's curriculum that we obtain from Cambridge International. So that's the model of how it will work, just very similar to AP. We are just being very thoughtful about how we integrate it so that it makes sense to the things that we're working on in each high school in terms of what they're building out in terms of their pathways.
And where would they be located? Is this part of early college?
No, they would actually be right there in the high school, just like an AP course.
Okay.
They could be connected to early college pathways for certainly, but they would not be college early college classes. But these courses are also eligible for college credits.
And if I could just add that Cambridge is international is a framework. It's a rigorous framework, so we can adapt our curricular materials to the framework. But as Dr. Gardner just pointed out, the benefit for students is that they do receive college credits. So if they were to take 2 years at level A and AS of Cambridge International, they could potentially walk out with numerous college credits in terms of probably meeting most of their requirements for an AA or an AS.
And how is this going to be paid? What is the cost?
So Cambridge has fees, but they're significantly less than International Baccalaureate. So we can give you a breakdown of the fees.
Okay. Do we have grants for that?
I think that we would just look at what we're hoping to offer. I mean, we and how we would budget it, and the rep has talked to us about providing us a grant from them to start out, to get us started off. But those are all things we would have to work out once we actually make a decision. We're just speaking with principals right now to see what makes sense to them within their buildings and what they want to build out, which we'll can talk more about in the next presentation that I give.
Okay, thank you.
And this ties directly into priority 3. We're hoping to add more advanced courses for our students and give them more exposure and opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation.
Member Castellanos.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a question around the work-based learning internships. I really like that. I know when I was in college, I was, as a freshman, I had a wonderful professor who really pushed me to seek internships every semester, like the summer, and like to really max that out. And that was something that really changed the trajectory of my life, honestly, because I've been able to secure network and a social capital through those resources. And I remember, I think towards graduation, I found an internship, a paid internship. So are these going to be paid internships, or what's the criteria? I see like we're going to have supervisors on each internship, I believe, depending on the pathway or the organization. Did we secure like where are these internships coming from?
So these internships are basically an outgrowth of the relationship building that is happening that Marissa Angeli, the project manager within my department, is really working hard on building out. And I really want to give a lot of credit to Deputy Goris, because she's really bringing this whole energy around building these internships. And this is something in her previous district that she has a lot of experience with and is really helping guide this whole process. I mean, it takes just a lot of relationship building to go out and go find all of these partners, and both Deputy Goris and Marissa Angeli are working very hard on that. I don't know if you want to comment at all. But
yeah, so the whole point is trying to give them real world experience based on what they're learning, but also build employability skills. So I know we heard like kind of in the COVID pandemic era, when we all came back to work, there was just like workforce was very difficult, and the skills of the workforce was challenging to find qualified people. And so we want our students to have those skills ahead of their graduation. So one partner that we developed is Reading Co-op, and we have students interning at the Lynn office and the Nahant office. And they have a career trajectory there in the office where they start with a training. It's a 3-week training program. They build their skills, and they've worked with other vocational tech schools, Essex Tech in particular, and students are able to have a really good paying career while they go to school. And that's from my own personal experience, having my high school experience and getting business vocational skills. And if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be able to pay for my community college. And that's shaped who I am, and I want those same opportunities because that builds their social capital and their network to have more doors open for them.
No, I agree, and I think it's wonderful. I think it's a great initiative that we're taking on. So just so I'm clear, it's so 9th through 12th graders have access to this work-based learning internship.
This is where we're primarily building out internship experiences, but career speakers are 6 to 12.
Yeah. So our interns that we have this year started 11th and 12th graders. We targeted those students. But we do have some 9th and 10th graders who are a bit older and are working and sometimes have to choose between school and work. We're trying to make that more simpler for them and work with their supervisors about their employability skills and how what they're learning in school applies to their work and vice versa.
Oh, okay. I really appreciate that, and I think my only final, I guess my comment is, the question is if we don't have, if it's not in our partnership or our network, say if I'm interested in criminal justice, is there ways that, like if I want to be a police officer, is there a way to tie up with Lynn PD? Or say if I want to be the mayor of Lynn and work as Danye, maybe work for him. I don't know, like, are we able to like figure out pathways there? Say if I want to be a union president like Sheila O'Neill, can we figure out ways to like build pathways or internships there? Like, is that something that we could do?
So what we're doing is, that's why those MyCap lessons are so important, because that's where we get the information about what our students are really interested in. And first, it's career speakers coming to our schools, and sometimes enhancing what they're learning, or sometimes it's just really learning about someone's very curvaceous way in their career path and how they landed where they landed. Right. Not everybody comes out of school, knows what they want, and gets it, and that's just not real. There's so many pathways, so we want to expose them to that. And so something might trigger a student, but those career speakers are then the people that their organizations is who we build those relationships with, so then we can do job shadows, and then we can do unpaid internships, and then we can do paid internships. So it's about networking and growing that network. And so more exposure that potential employers have of our Lynn students, then they know who really are our Lynn students and not who people think or talk about are our Lynn students. So we're also trying to change that dynamic, so those doors that may not have been open in the past do open for our students.
I love this because it's sustainable. And I think even one day when you're not here, you'll be here, right? This is a very strong, this is a really good,
our alumni associations at both of all of our high schools are filled with folks that are trying to find out how can we give back, what can we do. Capital. Yes, and so that is a social capital. That is a huge resource for our students. And mentors, we could get mentors that way as well.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Frederick Douglass Collegiate Academy expansion proposal.
Okay. Before I start, I just want to acknowledge Principal Heather Fabiano. She's way in the back. But we want to thank her for being here tonight with us for this presentation.
But not only for her being here tonight, but also she's been tasked with launching an early college high school wall-to-wall program in a building that doesn't really belong to us, and navigating all those dynamics and relationships and figuring out off the cuff when some challenging situations come up that higher education and regular K-12 education never planned for. What do we do in the intermediary? And so I just really want to give Heather Fabiano a huge thank you for her leadership.
I should join you.
Okay. I want to start this by talking about how this came about, and call it opportunity meets intentions. And city and school leaders have worked together on this to solve some of the district's most challenging problems, and are inspired to create amazing new school programs for students. And the solutions are designed to be opportunity rich for students. This is so important because we do have some really, really big problems to solve. One of the speakers was up here discussing what English and classical have gone through in terms of their enrollment. And this is really one of the biggest problems. And we know that we have to move programs, but when we do that, we want to make sure that we're providing really, really great opportunities. So I will start that way and move to what those problems are. So at the time when we opened Frederick Douglass, we really needed to develop some solutions, and that's where we started. We knew that because of COVID that the North Shore campus was very underpopulated. So we worked with them on this, but we do have a high lease cost. We do have a high lease cost for FDCA space at North Shore Community College. We also have a new program, Mass Educate, that allows for free community college for students in certain conditions. And this has decreased the space available on North Shore campus. We have serious over-enrollment at Lynn Classical High School and Lynn English High School. And we have a desire to provide a student-centered program at FDCA for a greater number of students. Because our space is so limited at FDCA, we don't have a lot of flexibility on the pathway that students take. So they're tracking towards an associate's degree, and we don't have a lot of flexibility outside of that one pathway. But we have kids entering in at a different readiness level. We also have students who attempt courses and they're feeling great in some and not great in other ones. And we don't really have an off-ramp to a different type of pathway for them. And, this could really help us with that. So the creative problem solving, and this is where the opportunity came about with the acquisition of the Eastern Bank building at 195 Market Street. The mayor's office and the City of Lynn departments teamed with Lynn Public Schools to reimagine this building as a learning center. This will help relieve lease costs and relieve over-enrollment. The creative expansion that we're talking about is moving FDCA students into the new building within sight of North Shore Community Campus and increase enrollment. We can build to 850 plus, and the plus could really lead to 1,000 seats at FDCA over I'll say 2 to 3 years time. And we would incorporate the therapeutic program currently housed on the 3rd floor of Fecto Leary Junior Senior High into FDCA, allowing early college opportunities for those students. So the positive impact of some of the things that we're doing, it will lower our overall lease costs in the city to almost none. The college classes on North Shore Community College campus will help maintain that college experience. It just seemed like quite a blessing that this building became available to us in such close proximity to North Shore Community College at a time when North Shore was communicating to us that they really didn't have space for us to expand. This will lower enrollment at Lynn Classical High School and Lynn English High School. This is projected over time to decrease their enrollment to $1,350 per school. This will bring us back to enrollments that felt comfortable in the late 1990s, and this will make a huge difference in the quality of education at those schools. This will allow us to create high credit tracks for more students at FDCA, increasing college degree completion rates for Lynn students. So they may not make, in the second track, they may not make it all the way to the associate's degree, but we're really putting them in a position, and many more students in the position, to complete a college degree. And they're right there on the campus. So it's going to seem very natural to them to complete their degree program. And as I said, we want to develop student-centered conditions at an expanded FDCA that allow for more variety in high school electives and early college pathways, which, due to the size limitations, we don't have that flexibility right now. So in the new building, we plan to have all new renovated classrooms. That's a big part of our partnership with the city. State-of-the-art science labs, art spaces, innovative maker spaces, and a student-operated kitchen and cafeteria. We will have more opportunities for innovation. The lowering of enrollments at Lynn Classical and LEHS opens more educational spaces in our flagship high schools. So over 10 years or more, our enrollment has really just increased so much, and we have taken over many spaces that used to be educational spaces for different reasons. So when that space is freed up, I think these two schools will be able to have a much better opportunity to reimagine their programs and introduce new innovative programs and pathways. So the space at the new building on Market Street adds enough room to move the school department administration offices to its 5th floor, allowing 100 Bennett Street to be fully dedicated as an educational early childhood center. More space at Fect O'Leary Junior Senior High allows for the creation of another new academy, which we're going to ask you about the name, so we don't have to call it that yet. City Arts and Sciences slated for fall 2025, opening for grades 6 and 9 next year, with expansion plans to become a 6 to 12 academy. So to go through that timeline, in spring of 2025, LPS administration offices moved to 195 Market Street. Fall 2025, Frederick Douglass Collegiate High School moves to 195 Market Street with 352 plus students. Fall 2025, therapeutic program with Fect O'Leary Junior Senior High moves to 195 Market Street with 36 plus students. Fall 2025, the STEAM Academy opens on 30 North Common Street in the Fect O'Leary building with 106th graders and 109th graders. Fall 2025, 100 Bennett Street Early Childhood Center expands to full capacity, merging the Early Childhood Center at Bessem Street into Bennett Street. Fall 2026, high school alternative school program moves to 195 Market Street, second floor. So that's the timeline. So the team working on all of these logistics includes multi-departments, and this has been a partnership with the City of Lynn in the school department, the school committee, the city councilor, all of these departments in a very amazing, remarkable way that I think in the face of these very large challenges has been incredible teamwork. So I'm going to end it there and ask you if you have any questions in regard to that.
Thank you. Member Dugan.
Thank you, Dr. Gardner. Couple things just obviously that came up at our open mic with communication, but then some constituents reached out to me as well. The therapeutic program would be moving. Actually, I'm sorry, let me back up just a little bit. In the spring, we had talked about this being a tech. And I guess I would need a little clarity just to make sure we don't hit any hiccups later. And I did talk to Mayor Nicholson about this earlier today. Did we take a vote to move it to tech, and then now it's coming to, and if we did take a vote?
No, there's no
There
vote,
was no vote? Okay.
on administrative moves.
Okay. I'm saying no, effect O'Leary in the spring. Because I remember having this conversation in the spring. We were in the City Hall chamber at the time.
You mean the name?
It was the name of the
Where-
building.
That was the name of the building?
It was just
Okay,
the name.
it wasn't a vote. Okay.
It was a
Okay.
vote for the name.
All
It
right.
was STEAM Academy at Fecht
Okay.
O'Leary.
All right.
That's what the vote was for.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there was never a vote on our behalf to move the students from Fecht O'Leary to tech?
No, at
I
that
don't
time
recall.
we
I'm just
did
trying to
share
recall.
where they were going.
Okay.
We shared where the STEAM Academy would be located.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And that hasn't changed.
Okay, all right. So
STEAM is still going to Fecht O'Leary.
STEAM is going to Fecht O'Leary. I guess I'm talking about the Fecht O'Leary kids going. Initially, they were going to tech.
We had discussed
Yeah.
splitting the populations
Mhm.
of alternative ed and the emotionally impaired program.
Okay.
And moving we were looking at different spaces at the time.
Okay.
Right. But again, the spaces have dictated where students end up.
Right.
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 So looking at the configuration of 195 Market Street, working with the architects, the planners, ISD, the plans have changed several times.
Okay.
Over the last 4 or 5 months.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And-
Including the expansion at the tech for added programming.
Okay.
That limits the space availability.
All right.
For Effecto to move into there.
Okay, so this is all news to me. I don't want to speak for other committee members, but this is news to me.
So the alternative ed program requires more space than can be housed here at Tech.
Okay. All right, and I understand, and I don't want to say that I'm opposed to it. I'm not.
So what we discussed was creating a schedule where they could use the shops after the students so that we get multi-use of the shops versus trying to compete with each other and scheduling at the same time.
Okay. All right. So again, the only reason I would bring that up, just to confirm that we didn't vote on that, just to have hiccups later down the road. So just to clear the table on that. So the therapeutic program moving, are we a little worried maybe that if it's not the right fit for some of those students, that there would have to be an outside placement? Because that does...
No, in reviewing with Dr. Colella and also looking at the IEPs and remember one of the issues that we currently are also facing is that those students have not had an opportunity to interact with other students.
Okay.
It's been their IEPs, if they dictate sub-separate or not, but the goal of programs that are therapeutic are to release students to be able to navigate in a world where they'll have to function outside of that environment.
Okay.
So initially, the plan was to have them interact and take courses within the STEAM Academy, but those are all AP and college courses, no different than what FTCA would be offering.
Okay, great, thank you. So I would just say that, we had a parent here tonight. I'm sure there's others that feel the same way. Let's bring them into the fold, Let's make sure we have a parent night. Over-communicate what's happening here. I think that's really important, because these are our most vulnerable students, and, they deserve that, so. Thank you.
That is part of the plan.
Yeah.
This is just a beginning.
Yeah, no, I
This
understand,
is-
but.
This
yeah.
is a presentation announcement for
Yeah.
you all to consider, and then we have to do our legwork for the next 10 months, which is including staff, school leadership, students, and families in that process to ensure that the loving and caring community that they currently have will still seamlessly operate the same way at the new building with newer resources, newer space, and we're talking about the early college, high school, where half of our student population leaves the building to go take college courses.
Right.
So you're not going to be wall-to-wall 352 students on that floor all day long.
Okay. And again, if I sound like I'm opposed to it, that's
I'm
not
not.
my intention. I just want to make sure we
No,
hash
and,
all this
and,
out.
and we want to
take
be
care of
clear
it.
in
Yeah.
communicating not only what Deputy Goris is saying, that this is the beginning of we've just really finalized with ISD in order to work with the architects on what is the space capacity at 195 Eastern Bank in the phases that we need to work within, because we have parameters on phase 1, which is floor 1, 3, and 5, and then phase 2, which is the addition of the bank vacating floors 2 and 4. And how does that impact the actual students that we can move at which times?
Okay.
But the idea has been to replicate the environments and what do students need programmatically in a newer space.
Right.
Because we know that in the interim, before the STEAM Academy is in full force, we've also worked with ISD on what upgrades need to be done there, what needs to be vacant in order for them to do the work, to make sure that the environment is appropriate for the students that would be expanding in that space too.
Great. Thank you.
Right.
So I'm just going to read the list here. Member Gately, Member Satterwhite, Member Reed, and Member Castellanos.
I too thought that we voted on moving them to tech, to be honest with you, but it was the name. You refresh my memory, but I
Yeah, no, I
did.
just to confirm.
There's a couple of things here that I want to bring up that I think is necessary for our committee. First of all, I really think over the vacation, over the Christmas break, that our committee gets invited to maybe walk through Eastern Bank to see the amount of space, because it's really difficult for us on this board to see, wow, they're going to fit this and this and this in there, because it's just, I know it's a big building, but I like to see how that is. And then my concern and my empathy for the parents in the therapeutic program is, could you elaborate a little bit on the vision of what it will look like in that building for the students that are in that therapeutic program? A little vision, like questions I'm getting from staff that I didn't have a chance to respond to. One question is, do they have a gym? Do they have this? What's the vision? Like, you must have an idea of what that program is going to look like to incorporate those therapeutic programs.
So first, the vision has to include their input.
Okay.
So we can't dream it all. We can dream the space as far as they will have maker space. There will be an huge art classroom for them to continue the art therapy that they currently access. There's cooking facilities in the building that will be accessed by a number of different programs, so they will have access to that to continue their cooking. There's space for group therapy and individual therapy. They basically would have a whole wing corner to themselves, an area on that floor. I would be excited for you to see the plans and also walk the building so you have more of a visual. But the goal here is in presenting the move is to then gather with leadership of both FDCA and FECT O'Leary, make sure we review all the IEPs, ensuring that all their needs are going to be met, the clinical staff that is there, the director, the special ed director that is there, and the families for input of, what makes this program function well, so we make sure that those things are present and available at the new building. And also ensuring that there is like a nice launch or off-ramp to expose the students in 9th through 12th grade to early college classes. And so that may look different for them than it does for students that are not in therapeutic program. But the goal is to have them have a full high school experience in a way that is healthy emotionally for them.
All right, I think that's all my questions. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Member Gailey, Member Satterwhite.
Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for addressing the therapeutic part. I had people emailing me as well about that, so thank you for that. Can you clarify for me just what it currently looks like for the Frederick Douglass program? For example, I've heard that the classes were in the modules, they have classes, and then they go to college for additional courses. Will this be replacing the modules, or are you going to still be using North Shore Community College at all?
Yes, so we are leasing the modules, and we will no longer need to lease those modules, which is great. And now North Shore Community College will have that as additional space as their enrollment is increasing with Mass Educate, free college for everybody 25 and older. Students will be going onto the campus and taking their courses if they're enrolled at FDCA.
Got it. So it's kind of going to be like, I don't want to say two worlds, but they'll be going back and forth?
Yes.
So
similar to Danvers and Salem do with their students.
Okay. As far as how we're implementing this, just curious as to considering the current students, those who have persevered through COVID, successfully applied for the new initiative, and then smoothly transitioned into the college setting, won't have their progress disrupted?
No, that's all determined by their IEP. So depending on what their goals are in their individual IEP and what they're ready for. So the goals on an IEP lets people know what the student is working towards academically, socially, and emotionally. And so we are supposed to help them reach those goals. As they reach those goals, new goals are then set. And so the hope is that students that are farther advanced in their goals don't just get stuck, but also can take on new opportunities and continue to grow by accomplishing those goals.
Would it make more sense to instead have the initiative begin with incoming classing, so that you could allow for time to assess the success and then make further adjustments after with the new coming class instead of in the middle of?
So right now they have students 6 through 12 and it's 36. So it's not like an incoming class. It's the program is filled as needed by the individual students. It's 36 students.
Thank you.
I think one of the dynamics here is that because they were in a building that was underutilized, they had taken up a lot of space, physical space. And so if we move STEAM there, we would have to condense that space, which wouldn't make sense for them. So recreating the spaces at Eastern, at 195 Market Street makes sense because we can actually now create what they need programmatically versus use what you have. It's sort of, that makes sense.
Thank you.
Member Reed.
Member Reed, you're up?
Sorry, trying to figure out how to unmute here. Hi, everyone. So just to clarify, so now all effecto, the plans are to move all effecto, not just the therapeutic, right? Is that correct?
There's a 2-year plan. There's a 2-year phase. So phase one, the therapeutic third floor program will be moving to Eastern Bank in the fall of 2025. Phase two, the rest of Fecto Leary will be moving to Eastern Bank for the second floor in fall of 2026.
Gotcha. So, like, I know this was kind of touched on earlier. Well, first, I guess my question is, so will they be isolated within the building and like entrances and things like that, or is it amongst the same floor, hypothetically, where we're at now?
No, they're
Do you want me to? They're not isolated. They are,
the wrong word.
yeah, they are on one end of the floor, but have access to many spaces within
Art
that
spaces,
floor.
music
Art
spaces,
space,
correct.
music, technology.
Workout room.
The work, yeah.
The
IT
kitchen,
lab.
the cafeteria.
At the Market Street.
At 195 Market, correct.
Yes. So, I mean, I guess, I think someone touched on this a little earlier, but it seems to be like that there's kind of two schools of thoughts on like, is it more beneficial to have these students amongst, the larger kind of school community, or is it also seems like a lot of cities and towns have standalone alternative schools purposefully because they think that adds more value to the student education like that. Is there any, right way to think about this? Because I feel like a lot of people are contradicting what was just said in terms of the value in having a standalone school.
Right. So what we need to think about for students at the high school level is what's the access to courses that they cannot access within the therapeutic program alone. And currently, that access has been limited to what they're offered there. This would provide them, based on their IEP, also access an advanced placement class or a dual enrollment class, an early college class, right, that they would not ordinarily be able to attend. Does that make sense? Because if they're
some of these students will be taking early college classes with the Frederick Douglass students.
It will depend on their IEP and depend on their curricular needs, right? Because the goal is,
There will be some.
yes, there will be some. The goal is that those students, right, will also be prepared for college and careers. So it would be very difficult for a student who's always been in only therapeutic courses 9 through 12 to now exit into a college course as a college freshman without ever experiencing a college class.
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like anecdotally talking to people, that seems like a bit of a stretch for 99% of the students. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying from my conversation, it seems like that's a bit of a stretch.
I want to stress that we're talking about emotional impairments, not intellectual disabilities.
I know.
So when students are not intellectually disabled, they're able to take college courses.
Right. I just, from the teachers I talked to, it seems like that is not actually going to play out. I don't know. I don't know the truth. I'm just expressing.
Well, that's unfortunate to hear, Member Reed, because that's not the goal. I said it's unfortunate that teachers would express themselves that way about the students. That's not the goal.
No, I understand. I just think it's, I mean, I hope they obviously can take these classes. It's great. The other question I had was, is there any thought of, will these students be under the umbrella of Frederick Douglass administration, or will they still have their own separate current team that they have there, or will it be under Frederick Douglass?
They will still have their current team, and we have an administrative director, an assistant director under Patty Hebert, who, and also under Dr. Colella, who oversees that program already.
Right, so nothing's going to change structurally.
That's correct.
Yeah,
How it's set up. And same thing goes for the teachers, right? So obviously, they all retain their jobs. It's not like a new position or anything.
Do you want me to speak to that?
That's correct. No, and we can talk
We've
about
already
HR.
had conversations with the teachers union for all of the programs that are impacted by the expansion of seats, Pondview, FDCA, the STEAM Academy, that when programs move, we have a verbal agreement right now. It's not signed off yet, but that both sides are in agreement that teachers can move with the program without us having to post the jobs, which historically we used to do that. If there was a change in location, we used to post the job. We are not doing that. But the teachers still have the option of applying to other open positions. We are not stopping them from doing that if they choose that they don't want to make the move.
Gotcha. Yeah, I guess the last point I want to stress, I mean, I just, obviously this is hard and, a lot of logistical concerns. I think the biggest concern for me personally is making sure none of these students lose any access to any of the current, programming or anything like that. Obviously the gym is a huge one. I obviously read the letter and document saying trying to figure it out at Frederick Douglass and also nearby, but that, I mean, for these students, from my understanding, it's such a big part of their, their experience. And the same thing, I think, do they have shops at the therapeutic program or some type of, that they can access? Guys, someone mentioned that to me as well.
Yeah, they currently access carpentry at the building, yes.
Essentially a room.
Yeah, it's just a room, so we would identify, I mentioned that there's a workroom. That workroom could be potentially the carpentry if we want to keep the carpentry, but we also have an IT lab with, and then a maker space, which gives them access to more technology for them to use modern day technology to really explore engineering and other courses that I would really love for them to also investigate and have exposure to. As far as the gym is concerned, we are aware of the need. We've had need for gym. I mean, to have a 2,000 kid high school here in the city and have all of the students access one gym is very difficult. So I don't think we're meeting the expectation of every student having gym every year because we don't have the facility. But we are being creative and looking at our partnerships. We have not approached those partnerships because we believe that we needed to have this conversation first before we pursue those partnerships of how we would access some gym facilities close to 195 Market Street.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much. I just want to emphasize again, we can't lose anything in this transition, and if anything, enrich it, which I know is the goal. But yeah, that's all I got. Thank you. Thank everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're going to take a brief recess and then come back.
I'm just. Oh, I was gonna be. Yeah, I'm gonna save some money at my folks.
Buddy Adam, we're gonna get an apartment.
And you're cool. Tell them I'm not a bad person. we're not gonna be like. Oh, come on now. I know, right? I can't. I planned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I have the raspberry.
You got napkins? You got raspberry what?
Yeah.
I guess I'm just gonna go quick.
I don't know. Zoom is still working?
They're still here.
Yeah, great. Good.
Sean back?
Yep. Right? Okay. We good? All right, we will return from recess, and we have a question from Member Castellanos.
Sorry, I'm going to keep this real brief. So, most folks echoed many of the comments and thoughts that I had as well. I think one of the questions I had was what was the cost difference on the lease? I know we had a lower lease cost from the North Shore. I know they had a high lease, but what was the savings on that, if any?
Well, we're going into a year where it would not be covered by net school spending, and I think it was going from
454, I think, to 6 something next year.
650 or 658.
658.
658,000.
Yeah. Okay.
That was the ask from North Shore Community College for the lease.
And I see the 2-year plan is to build out 1,000 seats, and that sounds like we're gonna have staff needs. Are we gonna have administrators are we gonna add like staff like for those?
Well, we're gonna have to shift, right?
Yeah. So are we gonna have an additional staff to add to that?
I think first we have to have the conversation with the unions about with these
Shifting personnel.
with lowering student count at school buildings and increasing student counts at new buildings. what is it going to look like? How are we going to make sure that, you know, our staff and leadership are taking into consideration with those moves?
Yeah, I meant to say
We don't have
projections.
a plan in mind, because that is to be thought through with union leadership.
Okay. If you know what, I'm gonna ask to. Is there any way I'm gonna reserve what I'll just hold off until exactly my questions are. It's like a crystal ball question. I'm not gonna ask.
Oh, crystal
wait.
ball, yeah.
Projections, forecasts. Financial forecasts for me are just important. You know. It's like if we are going to go into if we move forward with the proposal, move forward, I just want to be able to.
Well, we
afford.
have over $850,000 in leases currently. So
Consolidate.
the plan was to eliminate all of those lease costs by then using the remainder of 195 Market Street.
Okay.
Are there any other questions?
I was going to
Okay, because Dr.
Yeah.
Colello wants, I want to invite Dr. Colello to share something about the programmatic needs of the students in the therapeutic program.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that the therapeutic program is not a separate day school. So the goal always is to provide opportunities for them to be included. As you know, there's a new IEP that came out this year, and the focus of that is really looking at student strengths and providing them access to the least restrictive environment whenever possible. So this allows us to be able to do that in an appropriate setting. So not only would they possibly have access to the college courses, there are Lynn Public Schools courses that will be run at FDCA that would also be applicable to students. So just really emphasizing those opportunities. And the students have so many strengths, and we want the support to be there, but that through that support that they're able to access rigorous opportunities with general education settings.
Yes, I forgot to I want to thank Erin Doherty for, I think she mentioned she's been with us for 21 years and then 16 years at Facto, and I think you had a really powerful testimony. I want to thank you, and I think the folks who did speak up today, in some of the emails and obviously communications that we got, it was really clear that folks wanted to be at the table. I think the community forum that was discussed, I know that's going to be in the next, that this is our next steps, right? I'm really hopeful that we can really put that in play so folks feel like they are part of that process, so they belong, right? And that therapeutic program, those students, those are some of our most vulnerable students, and it's I think the parent that came up, her student wanted predictability, right? So I think that transition, any type of big transition, could lead to a disruption in a child's, attendance, and many of those kids have experienced chronic absenteeism. I think that's something that she mentioned in the pandemic. She brought that up. So, and I know you guys, Dr. Coelho, you guys are doing very great work with identifying our most marginalized and really struggling students who need that extra support. But the families and parent engagement is very important. I think that's very key to this transition, and I think that's probably why you're getting a ripple effect of folks, speaking up about the stuff that we learned about through the channels of communication, and things pivoted. There was obviously some changes that impacted the overall conversation, but I think we do have, there are some common ground issues and also solutions that we're trying to work through. As you're hearing about space, we're looking to figure out ways to expand that by, obviously, we acquired that building to see what we could do to reduce that number. But there's definitely a lot to work on, and I'm excited to see the positive outcomes. And I know Dr. Gardner spoke very well tonight about your presentation, and I don't mind pushing it to the mayor, because I know you want to say something, so I'll stop talking now.
Yeah, no, thank you, Member Castellanos. I want to, let me first respond to a couple of financial questions, because,
thank you.
Yeah, they're good points, and exactly like the LPS team was saying about saving almost $1 million a year in leases by consolidating all these operations. there is the dynamic of those leases after 3 years not counted towards net school spending, so they hit the city's books in a certain way that we'll now avoid, and that helps us with respect to the debt service, because in order for us to execute this transaction, we had to issue bonds, and so that'll be on the city's books, but that kind of balances out. There's certainly this is a big building, and it's going to be expensive to operate, or there's going to be a cost to operate it. And we've been working with the LPS to try to sort of preview those costs and get folks to think about that. But when it comes to budget time next year, this is going to be one of the additional expenses that we deal with. We've been having that conversation with a lot of visibility. It won't all be at once, because part of the phasing of the move, which was driven by the realities of the bank and the bank needing time to move it. They have like an IT center there that's harder to untangle. So it won't be all at once, but over time. I think we will be prepared for those to hit. I just want to take a step back and first of all, as a lot of the members said, thank folks who reached out with all the feedback and the really important questions and sometimes concerns. There is some really special work that's happened at FECT O'Leary for years that I think this district is really proud of. I think I certainly know that every spring it's one of my favorite graduations because of it's just so evident how much care and passion have accompanied those students through so much over their time at FECT O'Leary, and so that gives me great confidence that while it won't be easy and these are important questions and we need to have these kind of dialogues, that care and passion is going to go with those faculty and with those students to this hopefully what will become an improved physical environment. I think that taking another step back, I know everyone here knows about the incredible pressure that our schools are under from overcrowding. And the limitations that we have as a community financially. We are extremely fortunate to be 2 years away from opening a brand new Pickering Middle School. We all know what happened several years ago, the first time we tried to do that. And I think folks know how close we were on the margin to being able to do this one financially, and how hard you all and the teachers union and everyone else had to fight to get that funding from the state in the last year for this to work. And that we're fighting to change that system all the time, but under the current system, so that Pickering Middle School is about $200 million. We're essentially creating a brand new high school. So to build a new high school in the city of Lynn, we're talking about $300 million to have the impact that this is going to have on our other high schools. The city wouldn't be able to do that under the current system, which again is unfair and inequitable, trying to reform, but under the current system for decades. This Pickering debt is their 30-year bonds. And so this is, I think, a really exciting opportunity that will allow us to achieve what would have been impossible. And it's only happening because we're all working together. We have the city departments and the council and you all, and as we get closer to implementation, it's going to be more and more at the operational level with the faculty and the parents and the students in those buildings. And I think it is a great sign. You see, this is happening in cities all over the country where the downtown buildings aren't what they used to be because of remote work, right? And it's in some places it's hollowing out the downtowns, and this is a sign, I think, of how much of a premium this community puts on education, that we're taking what could have been, a disaster in one of our biggest employers in the downtown and filling it with the next generation and our really strong belief in the power of education. And it is going to be a non-conventional environment in the sense that it's an office building, right? It's not built as a new school. If we had $300 million and a site, we would build a school, you know? But we don't. And it is, I think, it is a sign of confidence in our faculty and our students that I have no doubt that this building is going to come alive with learning. Because even though right now it's cubicles, they're nice. I mean, it's one of the nicest office buildings in the city. But it's not classrooms yet, but it's going to be.
Okay.
And that's going to happen by working with the faculty that have been doing this for decades. It's going to happen by listening to students. I was very glad to hear a student earlier this evening. I know that the administration has really been cultivating that student voice. And we're going to continue to have these conversations together like we're having tonight. And I think there's a lot to look forward to as this unfolds. And we'll certainly look forward to working with the school committee throughout that.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. I want to cry.
Great. Next is a request to accept a donation of $1,000 from the Wicked Running Club to LBTI Outdoor Track Team.
And the request is to accept that donation of $1,000.
Motion. Wasn't it
So moved.
the proposal, wasn't it? Was Mr. Dr. Garner making a proposal?
I don't think it
did.
required a vote, though. It's a
Okay, you didn't
presentation.
need a vote, okay.
Yeah. It says proposal, but I think it was just a presentation, yeah. So we have a motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it.
Hey, Lenny.
Next is $2,693 from Snap Mobile to LBTI Cross Country Team. What's the recommendation of the superintendent?
To accept the donation.
It's the will of the committee. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Have it. Ayes have it. And then $250 from Boys and Girls Club to LPS Inclusivity Program. What's the recommendation of the superintendent?
To accept the donation.
So moved.
Have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Ayes have it. Thank you. And thank you to those generous donors. Next is a vote to approve additional proprietary item for the new Pickering Middle School.
So we did this letter actually earlier in the year in relation to our Vicata system and the amplification in the classrooms. This particular letter is for automatic temperature control building management system provided by Tracer Ensemble. So we just need a vote. The MSBA requires us to have a vote of the school committee that we can make this automatic temperature control system as a proprietary, it falls under proprietary ability, that we can go with this company because we use this company for all other school buildings. So we're just looking for a vote of approval.
It's the will of the committee? Yep.
And this is also in the Pickering plan. The building committee already sort of approved this, but they needed to come before us to ask us. So I definitely want you to know that this is why we're coming here. So that we can go to our meeting next week, Brian, and approve everything they want, so we can move forward. So I make a motion to approve this additional proprietary item for the new Pickering Middle School.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yeah.
Member Sadowite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Next is the name change of STEAM Academy at Fecto O'Leary to City Arts and Sciences Academy at Fecto O'Leary. Dr. Gardner.
Yep, I just have a couple of remarks. We asked for a name last year of STEAM Academy at Fecto O'Leary. We have considered this, and we have, in the STEAM Phase 1, we worked with multiple arts partners from the city, and we also worked with the Northeastern Marine Science Center. We want to celebrate the fact that this school is the first school with a really dedicated interest in the arts. So we also want to bring the feeling that the whole city of Lynn has to be an arts and cultural hub. And so we were thinking about that in terms of this name being City Arts and Sciences Academy, to kind of catch that feeling of the downtown and the arts and cultural district. So those were the thoughts behind the name change, and maintaining that still City Arts and Sciences Academy at Fecht O'Leary, with the acronym of CASA, which is a nice meaning home. So
Yeah.
Great. Any questions? Is there a motion?
Oh, a motion to accept the change of the STEAM Academy at Fecht O'Leary to City Arts and Science Academy at Fecht O'Leary, CASA is the acronym.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena? Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you. Member Dugan, were there any votes taken?
Yes, so in the policy subcommittee meeting, we took a vote to approve the admissions policy for the STEAM Academy. Well, I'm sorry, we can officially say the City Arts and Science Academy at Fecht O'Leary.
Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena? Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed?
Yes.
Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Is there a motion to amend the agenda to place executive session at the bottom?
So moved.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Ayes have it. So we will turn it over to communications.
Thank you. So in the superintendent's report for this month, as the holidays approach and we near the end of the calendar year, it's an appropriate time to reflect on the energetic, enthusiastic efforts of our students, teachers, administrators, and staff as we approach equitable outcomes for all. Equity remains at the center of our mission, and we're dedicated to closing opportunity gaps, elevating every voice, and creating a space where every student feels valued. We have taken the time to reflect and align the vision with our actions to remove barriers and achieve the outcomes we desire. The departmental updates that follow in this superintendent's report provide a review of important initiatives in our district that are underway and or in the planning stages. We are also aggressively targeting partnerships with organizations that can offer financial, academic, or other support for our students. We're committed to educating the whole child, which is where our efforts around social emotional learning and DEI play an important role. It is worthwhile to reflect on not only the achievements, but the opportunities that lie ahead. I know I am grateful to lead a district that places such a priority on the pursuit of excellence for all students. Additionally, I'd be remiss if I did not share the collective excitement about the facilities changes addressed this evening and the need for programmatic change and addressing overcrowding, as well as the city's acquisition of the Eastern Bank location. The press releases are attached to this report as well. And with that, I'm wishing you happy, healthy holiday season with your loved ones, and I'm looking forward to a new year with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to go into executive session?
Motion to go into executive session.
That's for contract negotiations with non-union personnel and Dr. Alvarez, Executive Directors, Junior ROTC personnel. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena?
Yes.
Member Reed? Member Reed?
Member Reed, are you there?
Member Reed.
Absent. Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. Thank you.
motion to
Return to regular.
return to regular session.
Yep. Is there a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Hold on. Lorraine made that motion?
Yeah.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena? Member Reed? Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. First item,
Oh, shoot, I lost Sean.
Sean was here. So I'm talking, this is the time we used to leave all the time.
Back?
Welcome back. This is
What time
normal.
is it?
You remember this? Yeah. At midnight.
Haven't done this in
It's
ever.
light.
One meeting.
Got Lenny on the freeway in Florida.
On a motorcycle. There's an awful lot of noise coming from
Yeah.
you. Good for you.
all right, we got everybody?
Yeah, we get it.
All right. The first item coming out of the executive session is a 3.5% COLA for the 6 executive directors, effective July 1, 2024. Yeah. Is there a second on that?
Second.
Yep. Roll call.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena? Yes. Member Reed? Yes. Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes. The second item was a 3.5% cost of living adjustment for the superintendent, effective July 1, 2024.
Okay.
Motion to accept the cost of living
Is there a second?
adjustment.
Second?
Second.
Roll call, please.
Member Castellanos?
Yes.
Member Dugan?
Yes.
Member Gately?
Yes.
Member Pena? Yes. Member Reed? Yes. Member Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor Nicholson?
Yes.
Motion to adjourn.
All in favor?
Aye. Did I move us too fast?
No.
Night, boys.
Good night.
Are delighted to be an integral part of this initiative. We've been an active lender with Mass Housing Partnership for decades, and as